orders from above. They struck him with a sharp object.
Immediately after orders from above,
Right.
once you start to
All right. Good. Okay. You ready? When you're... Orders from above. They struck him with a sharp object. Blood gushed out from his deep cut. Why do you act so savagely? He asked. Orders from above. The Luciferian retorted. The brutes kicked and clobbered the prey. Blinded by the blows and blood, the victim collapsed. Like a snake with a broken spine, he flurriedly crawled on the rough floor. They jeered and spat at their captives. Oh, above, you are next to God. Why do you behave like a devil? The serpent that was condemned to eat dust. Dust are the crimes are committed in your name. Nothing noble is ever attributed to you. Above, you do not radiate heavenly light. You fill our world with fiendish darkness. You too will eat dust like Satan.
Start to come in. It's Kenya. Yes, I know. Say when it's your event, you feel that.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
What do you think? So we'll start. Oh, yeah.
I think it's better because he's not reading.
I'll conduct you.
Yeah, you conduct.
So you can start until then. So you have to follow them. Someone knows them.
Yeah, he'll give the cue. We refuse to be victims. To bear defeat's humiliating standard. Pitiable, helpless, crushed and confused. That is victimhood's pathetic faith. It suits our effulgent souls. Comrades, pity not us prisoners. Treat us not as victims. We are proud, resolute recursants, soldiering on with a smile. Never pious before the devil. Pity and contemn the despot. Our chains condemn his conscience. Injustice jails the jailer's humanity. Drench him in your tears. Hearken Mali's revolutionary voice bellowing. Pity those with winning chances. They have nowhere to hide. The despot is the victim, the slave of his power, branded by debaucheries, hot iron. Before we become his victims, freedom's martyrs we shall be.
muda kwa sound check so. Hiyo kale inakaje? Rube? Kidogo. Naweza shukisha bado wa mtu. Niko 45 sahi. 44. Sawa.
Check 1, 2. Check mic 1, 2. Check 1, 2. This is fine. Very comfortable. All right? I survived. Your dog lives. Did you hear that? Very well. I survived. Your dog lives. All right. Very well.
Yeah. Thank you.
Check 1, 2.
It's already on. You want us to test? Sound test? Hello everybody, there is some juice at the back there. It's very hot. And there's water in the dispenser. We can have it right outside there, so feel free.
Something for my coffee. Coffee. Let the weather is equal one Yes. Asante sana kwa kukuja. We're just warming up the session. We're just starting to warm up the session as we prepare for the main part of the event. Asante sana. Something for my coffee. Coffee. Let the weather is equal one Yes. Asante sana kwa kukuja. We're just warming up the session. We're just starting to warm up the session as we prepare for the main part of the event. Asante sana. Something for my coffee. Magaya is equal one Yes. Asante sana kwa kukuja. We're just warming up the session. We're just starting to warm up the session as we prepare for the main part of the event. Asante sana.
throw some claps for them. They've been entertaining us from 2 p.m. Before we start, I would like to ask everybody at the back, we can now converge here, and we're sorry that we're starting late, but in Africa, in Kenya, we always start late. My name is Judy Kaberia. I'm a senior project manager here at the Frederick Naumann Foundation, and I'm really excited on behalf of the foundation that you made it to be here with you. This meeting was only for important people. So everybody who is here is very important to us. Just a bit of information about the event that we have today. It's a series of the Freedom Café. The Freedom Café is set up, so it's supposed to be on a monthly basis, but because of many reasons, sometimes we do not have to do it every month, but to try to make it as often as possible. So the Freedom Café, this product was set up to create a platform for discussions, for deliberations, for looking for solutions, open discussions, open opinions. Here, there is no wrong answer, there's no right answer. We respect each other's opinion, we respect everybody else who is here or who is not here, and we try to look at solutions, at the same time discuss what is happening here. So today is not my day to speak. We've lined up guests for us to be here. And before we start off, I would like to invite our captain, our pilot, our director, Stefan Schott, to come and make his welcoming remarks. Karibu sana, Stefan.
Thank you, Judy. Yeah, good afternoon and welcome to Friedrich Naumann Foundation. It is a very special honor and pleasure for me to welcome you here today. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to welcome all of you and all of our guests in person today, but I would like to emphasize a few people in particular. Martha Karua needs no introduction in Kenya. She stands out with her fight against corruption and her commitment to human rights wherever they are violated. We have been working with Martha on the basis of trust for many years now, and when we told her about this planned book launch, she didn't hesitate for a second and agreed to come and speak. She kept her word. Here she is. Thank you very much for being here, Martha. I would also like to welcome other FNF partners. Njeri Kababeri and her organization, Chapter 4, they are tireless fighters for human rights. Just a week ago, we were together in Bungoma and we engaged in human rights defenders trainings. I'm delighted that you are here today. Welcome, Jerry. I think we are still waiting for Nerima Wako. She's also a long-term partner for FNF. She's the Chief Executive Officer of Siasa Place, a very active youth organization that you also all know. Welcome, Nerima. I think she's still on her way. In addition to the partners and long-standing friends of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation, we also have many new guests today, which I'm particularly pleased about. The FNF team knows that I've been dreaming of an event with artists for a very long time. Artists, authors, musicians, painters, and illustrators are the real liberal minds of a society. That is why it has all been important to me that FNF as a liberal foundation not only works with politics and civil society, but also with artists. Today, this time has finally come, and I would therefore like to extend a special welcome to all artists and cultural professionals. This is a house of liberal thinking and open critical discussions. Please feel at home here, not only today, but hopefully on many occasions in future. I'm delighted that you have accepted our invitation today. The fact that we are here together today is thanks to a man who is unfortunately only connected digitally. Sam Mugumya, the author of the book that we are presenting today. Sam, we would have loved to have you here in person today, but unfortunately that was not possible. It is therefore all the more important to me to emphasize that you, Sam, are the star of this event today. I'm really looking forward to the interview with you later and to hearing poems from your book. A very warm welcome to you, Sam Mugumya. Since, as I said, we have some guests who have had no previous contact with FNF, I would like to say a few words about who your host is today. FNF is a so-called political foundation from Germany. Although we are legally independent, we belong to the same liberal family as the Liberal Party in German parliament. We get our funds from German taxpayers through different ministries, and we run offices in all federal states of Germany and 40 locations abroad. In all these locations, we promote liberal values and liberal political concepts. As liberals, we place the individual in the center, their dignity and freedom, but also their responsibility for the community. On a more concrete level, we support liberal democracy and the rule of law. We advocate a free and social market economy and, last but not least, respect for human rights. In Kenya, this work has meant that we once had to leave the country. In the early 1990s, the Moi regime asked the then country director, Dorothee von Brentano, to leave the country, and for several years we could do some project work from our Dar es Salaam office, but at a very reduced level. Only until, that lasted until mid-2021, and at that time I had the honor to come back to Kenya and reopen our office here, this time hopefully to stay, hopefully for good. Today, on the occasion of the launch of Sam's book, we want to emphasize the role of art and culture in a democratic society. Artists often have a special sensitivity for social developments. They sense earlier and more precisely how society is changing and where human values are being violated. In addition, they have a variety of forms of expression to convey their perception of the world, hold up a mirror to society, and initiate important discussions. With these qualities, artists have a special role and responsibility. Sam is a very good example for this. He has processed his experiences of violence, oppression, and lack of freedom into poems. These poems are now available as a book that will contribute to the discussion about how we want to live together as a society, which values are important to us, and how we can best preserve them. We refuse to be victim. That's the book that Sam has written and which is now available. It is an important book, and it's been published at the right time. Many thanks for this book and for your work, Sam. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefan. The pilot who is leading most of the ideas that we have here. Think tanks, we didn't believe that we could write papers on economics or trade, but behind his leadership, we've really been able to do something very important for this country. And I know today Stefan is very happy because the dream of bringing the arts has always been in his mind for so many years. So I believe this is the beginning, and we hope we shall continue in that sense, especially to reach out to other generations, because we are trying to look for solutions of how do we communicate that we do not leave any population outside of the work that we do. And just before I begin, the toilets are on my left side, just up above some hill up there. And just before we go on, I would like to introduce my colleagues so that if you need anything or any assistance, you can find them. There is Nzao Musau, a fellow senior project manager here at FNF. There is Robert Wanjala, who's just joined us, not 10 days old yet. Frida, where is Frida? Frida is at the back there, another project manager. Who else is here? There's Judy. So if you need any assistance, please, you'll see the FNF staff, including our intern, Sheldon, who is just right at the back there. Because I've realized we are not able to find people when we need any form of support, and we want you to be as free as possible. That's what we always encourage everybody. So now allow me to introduce to you somebody all of you know. I don't know who doesn't know him. And because you know him, I'll not go back to reading his profile because I think we'll leave here the day after tomorrow if I start reading who he is. Eric Latif, my former boss at Capital FM for 11 years, and now he's been working with us. Karibu sana, Latif, to take us through the rest of the program. Asante.
A round of applause, please, for Judy for not reading my profile. So this is, like Judy has told us, everybody who is here is a VIP. And as Stefana said, this is a creative space. So VIP creatives, good afternoon. Good afternoon again. How do you do it creatively? Like, so the spoken words people, they do, like that. So we all welcome ourselves here. Welcome to the Freedom Café. Now, it's instructive that we are coming here to talk about a book called what? We Refuse to Be Victims. And we are at the Freedom Café. And the person who's speaking to you now is now running a show called Fixing the Nation. And our band that will be entertaining us throughout this afternoon is called the Field Marshals Band. The person who will be speaking and reading telling us a story about his own book is somebody who has been fighting for freedom for very many years. The keynote speaker for this afternoon is the party leader of a party called the People's Liberation Party. So we are in the right space. We are all in the right space. We are first going to hear from the author of the book. How many of you have Googled? Okay, how many have ever met Sam Mugumya in person? You can raise your hand, Stefan. In person, in person, in person. How many have spoken to him on the phone? How many have attended his meetings anywhere? How many have Googled him? Yeah, Stefan has Googled. Stefan must have Googled him. Okay. So let me tell you who Sam is. Sam Mugumya is a political activist, and I'm just reading from the blurb of his book. Okay? So it's not a story that I know that I have created. No. It's been written about him. He's a political activist who stood up against the Museveni dictatorship for a quarter of a century now. He has been detained in Ugandan jails, plural, jails, countless times since the early 2000s, charged with various cases, including unlawful assembly, robbery, treason, among many other cases. In 2014, Sam Mugumya tried to flee to exile through the Democratic Republic of Congo, a big mistake. He was arrested by the Joseph Kabila regime, and he was detained for 8 years at the Ndolo military prison. Now, 8 years behind bars. Well, there, behind bars for 8 years. Most of the poems that we are talking about today were written. They're contained in this volume. He also wrote another book on the struggle for democracy in Uganda. That will be published next. He also is currently working on a memoir of his days at the Ndolo military prison. So this is a man who took his time there to tell the story of what is going on within him and what's been going on in his life and around him. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to take a look at the screen because Sam is joining us from an undisclosed location, and he will be speaking to us so we can hear and get the story one-on-one from Sam on why he wrote the book, what he was going through as he was authoring this book, the number of poems that he has here, and don't worry, you are going to get to hear a couple of those poems that will be read. And the person who will be reading those poems is somebody who is very well known to very many people. Maybe not by name, but when you see him. He has advertised very many things, including cereals. And you know, there are those adverts that stay with you for a long time, like the Kenya Airways jingle, and the way people say, do not ever change that jingle. Now, there's one that I always say, Kenya Power, don't change it, but they did. Kenya ya meta, nchi ya ngara. That was Raymond Ofula. He will be coming here after this to read the poems, a couple of poems, a sample. So, is Sam here? Is he ready? Sam, thank you very much for joining us. Please speak to us.
Thank you everyone for sparing your precious time to join in on this launch of the poems of the book, We Refuse to Be Victims. I would also wish to thank all those that have walked with me this journey up to today. The poems were conceived in the bowels of hell, because that's what Ndoro military prison was. I would wish to thank everyone that contributed in different ways to help the poems see the light of day. Of course, writing in jail is illegal, so I had to work out a way of smuggling paper in jail, writing in secrecy, smuggling out the written work out, and having it safely stacked until I eventually had time to get out and then start the journey of producing the anthology that we are launching today. So in this journey, there were very many different helpers along the way, many of whom I am not at liberty to mention by name. So wherever they are, I am sure they are following. So I thank them most unreservedly. I would also wish to thank the Norman Foundation for providing us today's arrangement, organizing the event. And in a very special way, I would wish to thank Mr. Conrad. Conrad of The World is Watching took up the project and literally owned it, facilitating the publishing of the book. And he has walked with me this journey to this point. Like you've been told briefly, I was incarcerated for 8 years in a military jail in Ndolo, in the DRC, in Kinshasa. Not because I'm a criminal, not because I had committed any offense. My only offense was taking a firm stand against tyranny. My journey has been a journey of speaking truth to power, no matter the cost. And I started my journey when I was still a student at Makerere University. I was an activist, and I've had my share of run-ins with the system in Uganda. So when I left the university, then I joined active politics, political activism, and human rights activism. Like we all know, despots don't take kindly people that have the spine to stand up and speak the truth. I was accused and slapped with very many different accusations and framed up. I was accused of treason in 2011 when we had the walk to work demonstrations, where we were just highlighting the plight of ordinary citizens because of an intolerable economic situation. Now, working using the very basic, method of highlighting a plight was deemed treasonable by the regime. Before that, I had also had quite a number of run-ins with the security services. But I must say that in all these situations, I have never been found guilty. I've never been convicted. The truth has always triumphed over tyranny. So after the treason case in 2011, I was then arrested in 2012. And this time I was accused of robbery. I was taken to a place I have never been to and accused to have, robbed someone that I had never seen. So I was arraigned before court. I presented my defense. The state thought that they had their cadre judges who would, eventually, sentence me. But like I said, the truth will always triumph over tyranny. I defeated them with their machinations, and I secured my freedom. So 3 months after defeating them in the case of robbery, I got a tip-off from one of the security persons who told me that the state was now working on another project, another plan to make sure that I am not seen again. It is at that point that I decided that the best option was for me to leave and then see whether I would continue my activism from somewhere else. Because I don't believe in martyrdom. You have to live to fight another day. But we live in a region where despots have literally ganged up against citizens. So when I got to the Democratic Republic of Congo, presented myself as someone fleeing persecution, rather than be taken in and facilitated either to get asylum or to be relocated to a third country, the Kabila regime contacted the Ugandan government and told them that we have one of your people here. What do we do with him? So fortunately, information got out before I could be taken back to Uganda that I had been arrested. And it became such a big issue. And because of the noise, because of the, people coming out to demand to know why I was being detained, the Museveni regime reached an agreement with the Kabila regime that I should be detained in Kinshasa, where the Ugandan government could, feign ignorance or say that, they were not involved in my arrest. And that's exactly what they were saying. They were saying Mugumya's issues are issues between him and the Congolese government. So the regime in Kampala could not be pinned on my arrest. And they knew that in Kinshasa, I did not have the network of comrades that would push the Congolese government, either to release me or take a stand on why they were holding me. So it was a win for the despots. And that's how I ended up in a military jail in Kinshasa, where for more than 6 years, I was never informed what offense I was supposed to have committed. So I was there, I had no case, I had no file, seated in jail for 8 years. Whenever we would task the Congolese government to explain the reason for my detention, they would say, your issues are between you and your government. And the question was, why then are you holding me? And then they would say, yeah, we will solve it at a diplomatic level. The Ugandan government was denying, saying we have nothing to do with it. And it is in that kind of situation, that limbo, that hellish environment in which I was, that I realized that the only thing that would help me to maintain my sanity was writing. Because remember, I was in a country where I literally did not know anybody. I had no relatives, I had no friends, so I was just there. But somehow, the resilience of the human spirit, which is a theme that runs through the poems that I have eventually put into a book, that resilience of the human spirit triumphed. And that is why I chose the title, We Refuse to Be Victims. So We Refuse to Be Victims is also a poem, one of the poems in the book. Came about because in jail, I also had a way, we eventually found a way where we could communicate with our people back at home. Yes, we are up in arms against corruption. We are up in arms against, all this. But somehow we would get away because the warders themselves were as hungry as we, the prisoners. So if you had something, they would sometimes help you with the phone to talk to your people at home. I didn't consider that to be immoral because I don't think that there is anything moral about respecting the rules of oppressors. If you can always break rules when you are confronting oppression, then that's the moral thing to do. So, and whenever I would talk to my family and friends back in Uganda, they always, expressed pity. They were, downcast. And I felt like they were misrepresenting the whole issue. That's why I said we refuse to be victims, because that's not who we are. The despot wants us to be victims. Now, when we accept to don that, yoke of victimhood, then we are serving his objective. Then we are helping him to realize, his intention. And it is through, it's because of that then I wrote the book, the poem, We Refuse to Be Victims. And I assert that actually the victim is not us, the oppressed. The victim is the oppressor, because he's a slave of power, a slave of inhumanity, and that it is us, the oppressed, that can help to liberate him. The oppressor has no power to liberate us. He has no power to liberate himself. It is us, the magnanimity of the oppressed, rising above anger, rising above pity, rising above this sense of hopelessness, that will help us to build a better society, a society of freedom, a society of liberty. And many other poems in the book, will be harping on the same message, that at the end of the day, it is us, the downtrodden, the masses, that have the power to build the future that we want to see. Of course, the poems address different topics, a cross-section of topics. I tried to, write as much as possible about everything that I would remember. But principally it was the message of, liberation, of freedom. But also there are some poems that address love. Actually, recently someone told me, "Oh, I never thought that you have that side of yourself." Many people, many people think that to be in the struggle is to think about nothing else but just the struggle. Yeah, but at the end of the day, we are human, and even taking part in the struggle and in the revolution is an act of love. Because if you don't love yourself, you can't love community. You can't love, you can't love posterity. So you have to love yourself, love your neighbor, and then love humanity. So that is how the book came about. Now, coming back to the theme that has been chosen by the FLN, the theme of power, the power of art in shaping society and reflecting change, is also a theme that is well captured in the book. And I will use the case of poetry to reflect art generally. And, poetry, or the power of poetry, is the power of truth. Because poetry reveals the unspoken truth about the realities of life, both at an individual level and at society level. It gives life to the feelings beneath the facts. For example, in one of the poems titled, "I Survive, Your Dog Lives," I talk about statisticians. Statisticians reduce human beings to numbers and percentages. So when they are talking about, when they are capturing, facts, they will say, for example, the maternal mortality rate in Uganda today is 189 births, 189 per 100,000 live births. When they write these statistics, I don't know if any one of you has felt any emotions evoked by these numbers, 189 versus 100,000. So we just see numbers, we lose humanity and then become statistics. But what poetry does, sculpture or painting using words. Poetry and art will bring out the emotions. So when they talk about 189 women dying, giving birth, the poet will look at what that means. So you will imagine this woman is a sister, who is a friend, gasping for breath, struggling to give birth, and bleeding to death. So it creates that picture in one's mind that you can have a personal feel of what 189 women dying, giving birth actually means. So in this sense, it helps us, to look at society using human lenses. Or if, for example, we talk about politicians, when politicians look at polls, they look at votes. So they are calculating how many votes they would get. A businessman will look at you from the perspective of how much profit he can get from you. But a poet looks at you, the humanness that you are. So I think there is a writer called Mekas. He's a Lithuanian poet who said that at the end of the day, civilizations will collapse because they did not listen to their poets, but they listened to the politicians. Why? Because the poets speak truth to power. They speak truth to society. They say things as they are. And it is because of that that maybe in most cases, writers, poets, artists are always, at loggerheads with power. Because one thing that defines especially power in despotic countries like ours is that they never want to have power, truth spoken to them. So when you tell them the truth through the written word, through a painting, through songs, then they will definitely come for you. So, for example, in Uganda, we have a situation where books have been banned. I am sure many of you have heard about the correct line. Just a written word, a book, is banned so that it does not speak the truth to society and also to power. We all know that, musicians are banned from, doing music, especially if it is not in praise of the powers that be. So, art has the power of communicating uncomfortable truth to society. And in that case, it gives voice to the voiceless. It brings out the truth that we don't want to see or we may not see immediately. And therefore, that truth becomes the bedrock of a free society. Now, we know, I am sure that many of us are believers. The Bible says that seek the truth and the truth will set you free. So using logic, if we are to seek the truth so that the truth can set us free, we have said that poets speak truth, therefore, logically, listen to poets, take their work seriously to get the truth so that you can be free. There is no other way that we will build enduring free communities if we don't, look truth in the eye and accept it. Finally, because I really don't want to take a lot of time, I think I've already taken a lot of time. J.F. Kennedy, talking about poets, noted that if more politicians knew poetry and more poets knew politics, the world would be a better place in which to live. What does this mean? It means that if more politicians followed poetry, because poetry speaks the truth, it is the truth, they would look at situations as they are. They would get that feeling of what society needs, the problems of society, the pain of society, and also the happiness. So they would, look at things the way they are, and therefore they would then bring that power that they have to address these real situations. And if more poets knew politics, which means that if we had more poets in positions of, making policy, shaping policy, if more poets had the power of politics behind them, since they understand and appreciate society, then they would be in a position, to, shape policy that would be addressing the needs of society. And if that happened, then we wouldn't be celebrating the statistics of 189 mothers dying, giving birth, because we would have that personal feel. We would know that one life lost is one too many. We would do everything possible to ensure that we have a better society for all of us, because at the end of the day, art and poetry is the essence of humanity. Through it, we all become human. I thank you for your time, and I thank you for this wonderful organization of the event. I hope that we will keep in touch. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sam. Thank you very much. A standing ovation, please, for Sam Mugumya. Asante sana. As you can see, Sam, all of us here appreciate you and acknowledge. Asante sana. We may take our seats. Sam will stay online, and later on, we will have opportunities to engage as we open up into plenary, as we discuss and ask ourselves what it is that we can do so that we can save the victims. You see, Sam has told us we are not the victims. The victims are the other guys who are victims of power and where they are. What can we do so that we can liberate our country from the victims? We'll be engaging with that shortly. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have some moment of freedom, and the Field Marshals band will be entertaining us with two numbers, a quick one. As I was sitting here and I saw that thing there written police, I wondered, what is it now? Surely. Police from where? So Ndongi Gedhuku and the Field Marshals band are going to give us just a few minutes of an entertainment. And I know he's going to guide us on how he wants us to engage with him in his music. Ndongi, I know Ndongi for very many years. He's from Kabete constituency. Yes. The last time I spoke to Ndongi, he was collecting signatures to recall his MP.
Yes.
I don't know how far that has gone, but Ndongi, take it away.
Yes, wamesema ya kwamba hakuna commissioners, but we are ready with the signatures. Once IBC is ready, you'll find us ready. So this is the Field Marshals band, and we are glad to be here. I will ask all of us to stand up for the anthem of the struggle, Wimbo wa Mapambano.
Hatutatuzoea sisi wananchi kunyakua uhuru wetu na haki ya jasho letu na haki ya jasho letu.
Yes, weka fist hapa near your heart. Tumekataa kupiga magoti mbele ya hawa wauaji, bila shaka sisi pia
yani watu, hali ya utumwa tumeikataa.
Kata
Hali ya utumwa tumeikataa.
Tukanyakuwa mashamba yetu, tupiganie uhuru wetu, tuikomboe elimu yetu, utamaduni na viwanda vyetu, komboe
utamaduni na viwanda vyetu.
Dedicated to all those who are fighting for freedom all over Africa and all over the world. Sisi hatutaki kudhulumiwa, hatutaki tena mauaji, ili kupe tuliangushe, haki na uhuru zichanue,
Haki na
uhuru zichanue. Now, weka nguvu juu, kufinish kumalo. Uhuru wetu,
Wakenya, Wakenya,
uhuru wetu wa Kenya, tupiganie elimu yetu,
Wakenya, Wakenya,
elimu yetu wa Kenya, tupiganie katiba yetu,
Wakenya, Wakenya,
katiba yetu wa Kenya, tutekeleze. Yeah. Uhuru wetu,
Wakenya, Wakenya,
uhuru wetu wa Kenya, tupiganie elimu yetu,
Wakenya, Wakenya,
elimu yetu wa Kenya, tupiganie katiba yetu,
Wakenya, Wakenya,
katiba yetu wa Kenya, tutekeleze. Holeyo, holeyo, holeyo. Thank you, you are lovely. Mnaweza keti, mnaweza dance. This piece tuliunda jana because of this book and because of brother Sam Mugumya. And we decided that we are going to include all other comrades that we have time for, but wale comrades ambao uko nao and even yourselves, you're celebrated in this very new song. It is a first song that we are doing in English kwa hii bandi yetu. Si ufanya lugha ya taifa na sheng na shembeteng. Yeah, so the song is called Comrade. Hivyo tu ama kamaradi. Ukitaka kudance uko free. Comrade wetu,
loving comrade,
here you are, far away from home. Yes, we love you, and still need you.
for the things you've done for us.
Sing, comrade message, yeah. Loving comrade, here you are, far away from home. Yes, we love you, we still need you, for the work you've done for us. Comrade Bobby Wine, loving comrade, here you are, we love you and we need you for the work you've done for us. Comrade Mugumya, loving comrade, here you are, far away from home. Yes, we love you and we miss you for the life you've done for us. Comrade Kimothy, loving comrade, here you are, far away from home. Yes, we love you and we need you for the things you've done for us. Mekati Lily, loving comrade, here you are, far away from home. Yes, we love you and we need you for the work you've done for us. Yeah. Comrade Jerry, loving comrade, here you are, far away from home. Yes, we love you and we need you for the ones you've done for us. Comrade Martha, loving comrade, here you are, far away from home. We still love you and we need you for the things you've done for us. Comrade Nduko, loving comrade, here you are, far away from home. Yes, we love you and we need you for the things you've done for us. Comrade Judy, loving comrade, here you are, far away from home. Yes, we love you, we still need you for the things you've done for us. Comrade Ofula, Raymond, loving comrade, here you are, far away from home. We still love you, we need you for the things you've done for us. Bishop Muge, loving comrade, here you are, far away from home. We still love you and we need you for the things you've done for us. Comrade Chelegat Mutai, loving comrade, here you are, far away from home. We still love you and we need you for the things you've done for us. Comrade everybody, loving comrade, here you are, far away from home. We do love you and we need you for the things you've done for us. Sing with us, comrade everybody, loving comrade, here you are, far away from home.
Love you, and we need you for the things you've done for us.
Oh, in Uganda, loving comrades, here you are, far away from home. Yes, we love you and we need you for the things you've done for us. Comrade Mugisha, loving comrade, here you are, far away from home. Yes, we love you and we need you for the things you've done. Hola yo.
Oh! Comrade Marshals, here we love you.
Thank you. You're there for us. You still love us. Do you need us? For the things we are doing for you. Comrade Erica. Here you are, far away from home. We do love you. We need you for the things you do. Another only you. Thank you.
Asante sana. Thank you for that. Now, when Sam was writing the poems, Sam was hearing himself reading the poems. Now Sam is about to hear somebody else read the poems. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and let us welcome up on stage world-renowned Kenyan artist and very many things, creative, Mzee wa Boma, Raymond Ofula. He's going to come and he has read the whole book. And he has decided which ones touched him. And I don't know whether there's been anybody else who has influenced him on the kind of poem, the number of poems that he's going to read for us. He'll tell us as he's reading. So he's going to read a sample of some of these poems. We refuse to be victims by Sam Mugumya. Poems from prison.
I am indeed privileged to give voice to Sam's poems. I hope my voice is clear enough for everybody to get the gist of what he's talking about. So here we go. I'll start with the African jail. Down rents the night. Through the ventilators, shafts of the rising sunshine, on downcast souls like sardines we sleep. Breath and fluids mingle, unleashing terrible toxic fumes. What a sleepless slumber. Today, the African jail, tomb of the undead, awakes. Still yesterday begins new. Murderers, rapists, the wise, the foolish, the innocent, the insane. Panegyrists, critics, crooks, and the honest are all buried. To have a glimpse of today, through steel bars we peep. For my recusant stance, I too am interned. I vowed never to be Nebuchadnezzar's statue, powerless, power playing powerful, guilty until proven innocent, the unwritten code reads. That is African justice, silently strangulating human souls. Siberia must have been paradise. This is poor Africa. We have more pressing priorities. Justice for worthless undesirables is a waste of resources. Power proclaims, oh, injustice. You swim in wealth. Why make justice expensive but secondary? What will you plead when drums change sticks? When your turn comes to swim in filth? Will your hand stretch, reaching out for justice? The justice you murdered? Will you shout out, the rule of law? The law you despise? Will you coil, frightened, when justice shall pronounce? Because you upheld injustice, fry in your fat. How will it be when the chickens come to roost? As you prepared it, so shall it be. Like fish in water, our tears go unnoticed. Only the dead know the coldness of the grave, but die we all shall. The wise should care. The African Jail, Part 2. I do my best to have the best of a bad situation. Monotonous routine devours souls, strokes, heart attacks, depressions, natural causes. Physicians report. Nothing natural, psychologists refute. Victim felled by frustration, injustice is the cause of death. The sun is bright. Walk out and walk is my daily routine. Stretch the distance covered across oceans I get. But here I am, wearing out my feet, entombed, walking to nowhere. Jail is a challenge valley, a roller coaster of emotions, a dizzying pendulum, swing rising and dashing hopes. Storms quite often hit. Sadness casts its net. Anger breaks down our hearts. Anxiety overruns strong characters with an unrivaled fury. Yesterday's battles rebound. Across a tight rope, entombed souls perilously walk. An absent-minded step, a day of agonizing, a minute spent regretting, and the seabed awaits. Walking this tightrope, eyes look straight ahead. On focus, equilibrium reposes. On life's small things, soul shall find their balance. Basics assume great significance. A song on radio brings back to life memories lost in time. Sitting alone in meditation, a game of cards, taking a cold shower, a loved one's picture held close to one's heart. And yes, the word, that fortress against boredom. What a priceless treasure a tattered book carving from a rubbish heap is. In the written word, distraught souls find refuge. Oh, how time flies when pen and paper engage in polemical altercations. The mind is charged, the body is vitalized, the soul is nourished. The word's creative power paints out our gray world in beautiful, bright patterns. Words make life livable, especially in the tomb. Especially in the tomb. orders from above. They struck him with a sharp object. Blood gushed out from his deep cut. "Why do you act so savagely?" he asked. "Orders from above," the Luciferian retorted. The brutes kicked and clobbered their prey, blinded by the blows and blood. The victim collapsed. Like a snake with a broken spine, he flurriedly crawled on the rough floor. They jeered and spat at the captive. "Oh, above, you are next to God. Why do you behave like a devil?" The serpent that was condemned to eat dust. Dastardly crimes are committed in your name. Nothing noble is ever attributed to you. Above, you do not radiate heavenly light. You fill our world with fiendish darkness. You too will eat dust, like Satan. We refuse to be victims. We refuse to be victims. We refuse to be victims. To bear defeat's humiliating standard, pitiable, helpless, crushed, and confused. That is victimhood's pathetic face. It suits our effulgent souls. Comrades, pity not our prisoners. Treat us not as victims. We are proud, resolute recursants, soldiering on with a smile, never pious before the devil. Pity and contemn the despot. Our chains condemn his conscience. Injustice jails the jailer's humanity. Drench him in your tears. Hearken Mali's revolutionary voice bellowing. Pity those with thinning chances. They have nowhere to hide. The despot is the victim, the slave of his power, branded by debauchery's hot iron. Before we become his victims, freedom's martyrs we shall be. I survive. Your dog lives. I survive. Your dog lives. You sit in your sky-high, decorous office sipping coffee from my garden. You churn out data collected from me, produce reports in some economist esoteric jargon, teaching me facts about me. In your realm, I am just a statistic stripped of humanity, a mere number, clothed in human flesh. I am the dreg of society, the scum of the slums, the wretched of the earth. Fairy tales I hear about your world where the sun does not set. You play golf as you theorize about my wretchedness, deducing that my poverty is a product of my laziness. So tender and sponge-like, the soles of your feet are known to be. My palms are coarser than rough cast, that being the difference between you who lives and I who survives. Of fine days you attend birthday parties of celebrity primates in the zoo. You roam and relax in the wilderness, watching birds fly and animals run. Change of environment, you call it. Geography made us neighbors, but like prison neighbors' palace, we are worlds apart. On your way to holiday, you cruise through the world, hibernating in your tinted car, fearing to catch trachoma. When you get to the animal world, you leap out of your open roof. Your excited eyes dart to capture everything. Fresh and contaminated air you breathe. Antelope somersault, birds sing. It is bliss. I invite you to my universe of mind-boggling wonders and unfathomable opportunities. Many a project you could invest in if you dropped your slum phobia. What a transfiguration you would experience. My world is not the open and undulating savanna of the animal world. Here, sewage rivers you will see, dams you could build a filth, fails, false dam you may name them. Award-winning flies you will discover. They may even perch on your lips. Those scientists studying human anatomy would develop laws and disease survival for our children swim in faces and survive. Sociologists could also help explain love, chemistry between mothers and young ones. They would observe women carrying mucus oozing babies on their backs and dogs brawling over garbage, fending for their offsprings. You would visit this human zoo. That is my world at a fee. Our world would be gazetted and given a slum police protecting unit. The eviction sword of Damocles would melt. But so damnable a rumor I hear about your life behind the high walls. I am hoping, against hope, that you have not committed sacrilege against God, me, and the natural order of things. They say your dog knows the comfort of eating more than enough, that some of the bones my wife and stray dogs fight over are leftovers from your dog's plate. Very expensive shampoo your dog bets. It is taken to classy swimming pools. My wife uses one piece of cheap soap to wash plates, her knickers, and hands after a long call. Your dog has a personal physician, When it sneezes, it quickly gets treatment. In their mother's arms, our children die slow, painful deaths, for the nearest drug-staffed hospital is miles away. Your guard dogs are healthier than the men you employ to handle them. Your policemen salivate, serving mouth-watering meals to dogs as they dread eating their unappetizing, weevil-infested and swallowable legumes. Your dog rides inexpensive fancy cars to exotic health clubs for relaxation. I am denied admittance by mean-looking policemen and huge signposts reading, "Members only." Yet, your dog waltzes past the entrance. Your dog naps in European-made soft sofas and dons expensive leather straps. Running around naked is my children's way of life. On dry banana leaves, they rest their tired bones at night. From dawn to dusk, I sweat plasma-producing wealth, but I am desperately poor. Like a whore, I wear out producing food, but it is unthinkable that I come close to the dining table. I shall not pray that I become your dog in the next incarnation. Sub-animal, I refuse to be. I shall fight for my human dignity and due reward for my sweat. And that is a sample of the thoughts of some that you've had in your ears. If you'll get the book, go and read it. Like some of you read the Bible or the Quran, and get the wisdom that is in here. It's talking about us. He is a Ugandan, but we hear about these things. Not just now, they've been there. It's happening all the time. When will it end? When will humanity learn to live the way it's supposed to be? That we're all humans and we treat each other as humans instead of selfish competition. You want power to make wealth for yourself, and so you put down everybody else. I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Get up, stand up for your rights. I was just saying. Oh, it's okay, get up, stand up, it's all right. Okay, you may stretch. Let's go. Doom, doom, doom. Let's be seated. Now, we are live streaming this event. It's on YouTube. And if you go to the Frederick Naumann Foundation YouTube page, you'll find the stream. So if you'd like to see what's happening up here, and then you also check what's happening there, whether you're the one who's being shown, just do that, okay? Go to YouTube, Like, for example, there are very many people who are here online and they're already commenting. You can go actually and share your thoughts here on the YouTube stream. On YouTube, I can see Stella Nyanzi. You all know Stella? Yeah, so Stella is already watching. Stella, we acknowledge you. Says, thank you, FNF, for supporting the creative productions of our dissident poet who's far away from home. Thank you for giving space to freedom of articulation and audience. Kim Capella says, congratulations, Sam, on the book. Olive Kobusinje says, congratulations, Sam Mugumya. So get onto that live stream as well, and you can share your thoughts. You can share your thoughts there. Also, because you are more active on X, you're not the YouTube generation, it's all right. So get onto X, and you can take a photo. You can take a photo of what's going on here. You can take a selfie, and our hashtag is Power of Art. Hold on. So the hashtag is Power of Arts, and you can tag FNF at FNF_Kenya. That's at FNF_Kenya. So get on to tweeting and share and tell everybody that you're here and what you're seeing. And the YouTube channel, again, if you go to Frederick Naumann Foundation, you'll find more than one. Go to the one that's written Africa. So you're in Africa. Go to that one. You'll find the live stream of this, what's going on here. This is a creative space. We call it the Freedom Café. And our next act is a freedom fighter. Her name is Stephanie Akinyi, but don't call her Stephanie ever. Please always call her the spontaneous poet. A round of applause, please, for the spontaneous poet as she comes up. Let's hear what she has.
Hello. How you all doing? Can you say hello to your neighbor? I don't know if you've said hi to your neighbor. Have you told them they look beautiful today? Have you tried? What did your neighbor say? Ha ha ha. Please tell them you look gorgeous. You are amazing. You are worthy. I'm seeing neighbors who are not talking to each other. I'm seeing neighbors who are not talking to each other. Thank you all so much. I go by the name Spontaneous the Poet. And my amazing guitarist called Tajel. Enjoy Kuahuru. I used to wear my hair long before I became, long before the pollen grains met the ovaries and I became. When he said the 4-letter words, let there be you. So when I first met Air, they shaved my hair saying, "Gone are your womb days, welcome to your wild pace." And I screamed, "Freedom. Freedom. Freedom." Urukua, uru. Urukua, uru. Freedom. 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 In my younger years, so have I seen the light shine on these tough times. I have seen the darkness raid on the streets of mischief. Oh yes, I have seen the wind clear this shaft. And finally, so many finally, freedom walks majestically. Huru. I have seen people like I who refute slavery. I have seen people like I who refute slavery. My gosh. I have seen them echo the old. I have seen the young echo the old. I have seen the old fuel the young. And oh yes, I have seen generations grow bold. And guess what? I have seen them eager. Yani kuiga. The feet of the heroines, the likes of Field Marshal Mudhoni Kirima, the likes of Wangari Maathai, the likes of Martha Karua, the likes of Rasa Pax, the likes of Zahana, the likes of Judy Kaberia, the likes of Lois in the audience, the likes of Hughes, the likes of Jerry Kimani, the likes of Zahana. I have seen the heroines of our times. This is for you. Pambanuma, pambanuma, pambanu. Badoma, pambanuma, pambanuma, pambanu. Badoma, pambanuma, pambanuma, pambanu. Atinini. Badoma, pambanuma, pambanuma, pambanu. Hey. Wa Kenya msilale, lale lale, wa Kenya msilale, bado mapambano, 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 bado mapambano, 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 bado mapambano, 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 bado mapambano, mapambano, mapambano. I have seen you stand for the freedom fighters of this nation. Thank you. And we take your seats. Because I have seen you. I have seen you run races. I have seen you run races in demand of healthcare, especially in this season of Shah. I have seen you run races. I have seen you run races in demand of freedom. I have seen you run races, put on sex strikes to unify this country. Do you remember? I have seen you run races to go and mourn your own loved ones in the streets. Do you remember? I have seen you chant in broken codes when they lose their fear. When we lose our 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 fear. I have watched you. I have been checking, right? I have seen you grow bold. I have seen you wear chains. I have seen you go on the streets and seek your rights. I have seen you roll down the ground when they grabbed you into the police cars. I have watched you. I have seen you roll down on the ground. Mwache, amefanya nini? Usimshike, mwache. Amefanya nini? Makosa yake ni gani? Mwache. I have seen you. Because freedom knows no shame. Freedom walks in the streets naked. Freedom knows no shame. Freedom wails as it is. Freedom knows no shame. Freedom speaks boldly, even if you're going to hide to save ourselves. Freedom is confidence. Huru kuwa huru. Huru kuwa huru. Huru kuwa huru. I remember that time when your mother aliniambia, don't speak too loud. The walls have ears. I think. And now I stand here and they still tell me, my friends still tell me, Sponty, they call me Sponty. Sponty, just speak a little, enough. Lest we use the hashtag release spontaneous the poet. Find spontaneous the poet. Missing person spontaneous the poet. I know it's a joke to most of us. We joke about it a lot. But it's a reality. I have watched us pace through the streets. I have watched us pass through the guns. I have seen us swerve through the smoke. I have heard us choke in the tear gas. And true, we have cleared our throats with water. I have watched us. Oh my, I have watched us. But we have found ourselves. So many, we have found ourselves. We are very much alive. We keep hope alive. We are the heroines of our time. So kuwa huru. Kuwa? Kuwa? Huru kuwa huru. Huru kuwa huru. I have seen the light. I have seen the light. I have seen the light on the corners of these tough times. I have seen freedom. I have seen freedom. I have seen freedom. Freedom has no bounds. Freedom oozes off our veins. Freedom have no cage. It respects no evil. Freedom speaks freedom. Freedom fears not. When we lose our fear, they lose their power. Freedom knows numbers. Freedom amasses all of us together. Freedom demands an audience. Freedom speaks to the soul. Freedom leaves when fear dies. Freedom leaves when fear dies. Can I hear you say, freedom leaves? Freedom leaves. Fear dies. Freedom leaves. Fear dies. Say it like you mean it. Freedom leaves. Fear dies. Freedom leaves when fear dies. Kuwa huru, kuwa huru. I want you to join me on this last round. When I say kuwa, you say huru. Kuwa, kuwa. I decide kuwa, kuwa, kuwa. Hey, kuwa, kuwa, kuwa. Huru, kuwa, kuwa, kuwa. Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Over to you as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sponty. Sponty, umefanya poa kwanza. Karibu sana. Haujabant.
Sijabant.
Hujabant.
Mungu ni mwema.
Another round of applause, please, for Spontaneous the Poet. And just know this, at the end of this, no, not at the end, towards the end, we'll open up the floor so that we can get more performances. Kama kuna kitu iko ndani yako hivi, hapa ndio unaitoa, ikitoke, sawa? Right. So, we are going to get our keynote address shortly from our keynote speaker, Martha Karua. But to welcome her up on stage, the Field Marshals Band. Yep. It's the one.
Simama imara, oh simama Uganda, simama imara, oh Kampala twaja, simama imara.
na Martha we. Shujaa Martha Karua. Shujaa mzalendo we. Shujaa my party leader.
What a great way to be welcomed. Good afternoon or good evening, everyone. It's really great to be at this spot tonight or this evening and to be asked to say a few words during this launch. I want to say that the author, Sam Mugumya, whom I've met today online, has actually said adequate words about this launch. And those who have spoken before, and even the artists who have entertained us here, I would say it's enough of a celebration and of launching this book. But let me say a few things. I want to begin by recognizing the author in absentia, Sam Mugumya, FNF, who have put this poems or book launch together. And thank you for giving me the honor of saying a few words. It is a true privilege to be here with you today at this very incredible occasion. I extend my deepest thanks to the organizers, a special appreciation to the author whose powerful words. When I wrote this, I meant powerful words in the book, but you've seen the powerful words he has uttered from his mouth today. We are not only celebrating the launch of this book, we are celebrating a legacy that demonstrates the immense power of art and its power to change the status quo. Art speaks to you louder than words on a political podium. Those poems, those songs. You will find yourself humming, repeating those words, and therefore internalizing them. We hope that today, the words of the author and the words spoken here will inspire a generation to demand change and justice. This is not about Kenya. This is more about our region and especially our sub-region. Mugumya comes from Uganda. We are here launching his book in Kenya. And wherever he is, he could be within East Africa or within the region or beyond, we don't know. These words ring true to everybody who is in the circumstances that we find ourselves in. Today's event actually demonstrates best the place of art in democracy and social change. In Africa, art has always played a crucial role in society. In our history, we have very rich art with examples of poetry, music, storytelling. All these have been vital tools changing our countries, changing our circumstances. Those who know of independence, we sang liberation songs. Today, our poets here, they were singing liberation songs and spewing words about liberation and the need to take our fate into our hands and do what is necessary. I believe we are all familiar with oral literature, which carried our history, because traditionally we didn't write. Today, in place of oral tradition, people are writing, whether poetry, whether music, lyrics, or whether poems like Mugumya has done, and also books. This is great because we carry our history and our community values and ideals across our countries, the region, Africa, and the world. And we are able to pass on this generation to generation. So this is also an encouragement to those who feel called to put things to pen and paper, whether poems, a collection of poems like Sam Mugumya, whether one single poem, a book, or even through song, through music. Now, I've already mentioned about our struggle for independence and the liberation songs. As I was listening to the Marshall Band singing the Kenyan liberation song, which is so popular among social justice activists, that we want to leave oppression behind, move forward, that we are not going to surrender to oppression. All these are supposed to help us, to strengthen us at a time we are down. I want to say, reading through Mugumya's poems, you can imagine behind the cold prison walls, it's very easy to despair. But through his reflections, which he committed to pen and paper in difficult circumstances, as he has already indicated, he's not only able to communicate to us, he was able to keep himself alive, to keep his soul hopeful, to keep himself focused on what needs to be done and what he himself needs to do to keep himself afloat. And I bet from the way I've seen him talk, the words that are here, he left the dungeon stronger than when he went there. You travel, he helps you to travel to the place he's in prison. It's filth, the inhuman and degrading conditions they are living in, where even thinking and writing is a crime that they have to confiscate and destroy his manuscript of 6 years. So what we are going to be reading in his book, and the little you have heard about, is round 2. He could have given up when your manuscript of 6 years is taken away, but he went on, encouraged by his friends. I bet his friends in the prison. So even in a prison, we can still make human contact that strengthens us and helps us to move forward. I give a salute to him because this encourages and will continue to encourage those in difficult circumstances. And here in Kenya, we definitely are in difficult circumstances. Lots of people suffering, the share shift issues, the capitation issues of school, the so-called new model, and not giving any funding to needy students, abductions, torture, executions, total disappearances. And abductions are not just about Kenya. We have now started affecting the region, abducting Ugandans, Besije and Lutale, and before them, 36 Ugandans abducted from Kisumu, Turkish nationals, Ethiopians, countless Kenyans, some of whom who have turned up dead. These are all problems that we are experiencing. And the fear in us sometimes stops us from raising a finger, from Sam Mugumya's inspirational work. Fear is not an option. You cease living when you let fear direct your next move. We are human beings, but you have to fight feelings of despair. You have to fight the feelings of fear, and you have to keep pushing forward the way he did. I cannot tell you that I imagine how he managed. We are not talking of 8 weeks. We are talking of 8 years in a foreign jail. You do not know what the end will be because you're being pushed between two governments. The movement to liberate ourselves from oppression is not now confined to any one country. It's within our neighborhood, within the Jumuiya. It is within the region of Africa and all countries of the world that are experiencing the repression that is now growing in the country and across the world. So I do hope that the works of Sam Mugumya will inspire people beyond our region, will inspire people of the world who get to read his works and to see that the human spirit is strong enough to emerge from any sort of situation and to reinvent itself, to be able to move forward and change the work, change the circumstances that we are in. So let us not let anyone define the limits of our expressions or the heights of our dreams, the dreams we have for our country, for our continent, and even for ourselves, because all those dreams are valid. We just need to remember that the human spirit is resilient and can endure, but you have to deliberately, like Sam Mugumya, keep yourself afloat. Do not agree to drown in the oppression that is all around. And it is, yes, important to hold hands, to give strength to each other. I like it that he travels to many places in his mind. He travels to his childhood, and there is a poem there in praise of his mother and the role she played to make him who he is. There's a poem in praise of his father for instilling values in him. There are many situations. It's not all about the gloom of a prison life. His thoughts take him to scenarios where he's surrounded by love. And he wakes up happy. And it's a great morning. Imagine a person talking of a good morning in the corners of the walls of a prison. This goes to show our attitudes really matter. It's our attitudes that may define who we end up becoming. That you can even find happiness traveling through your mind in a prison where you are surrounded by oppression. He actually shows the strength of the human spirit. And now a call to action, because much has already been said. What is it that we can do? I've already said we have to have human solidarity. Solidarity around us, with those around us. Solidarity of the issues, oppression that goes on in our countries, in the region, and especially here in our Jumuiya. Because the situation in one country, it has been demonstrated, affects our neighbors. So bad policies in Kenya causing Ugandans to languish and suffer in jail. Besigye is still in jail. The court martial was found unconstitutional by the court, by the Supreme Court. But those very charges have been taken now to a civilian court. How you can found charges on unconstitutionality is a debate that will have to be had in the Ugandan courts. I'm hoping that I get granted a license a second time to go there. But this is not about me and one case. It's about our general situation. We can encourage and support each other. What we do here in Kenya, we encourage others elsewhere. And we know that the Gen Z protests encourage people the world over. Let us not lose that moment, the moment of upholding transparency and accountability. But we have to ask ourselves, in liberating the country, can we have silos where we say that those realizing today that the actions of yesterday hurt cannot join the liberators? The task ahead is so much. You need everybody on board, but we need to insist that our collective values remain the national values enshrined in Article 10. And you will find that for people who are rooted in social justice, those happen also to be your personal values. For those walking into the social justice movement or mode, you will find that those values, if you read the Bible or the Quran, are the foundations of the religions of the world. I know not of a religion that calls for unfairness. I know of no religion that allows you to take what is not yours. So if we hold hands, we could inspire those around us to do better than they have been doing, push ourselves to do better than we have been doing, and to stand firm and redeem our society. Once again, a salute to Sam Mugumya, whose works have made us gather here today. A salute to FNF for finding Mugumya's works worthy of a celebration today. With those many remarks, may I declare the book launched. Thank you. We refuse to be victims in any circumstance. And I think we can even add that we are the victors. We must conquer and be victors from the situations we find ourselves in. Here is the book. I encourage you to read it.
Thank you very much. Even Sam Mugumya gives you a standing ovation on that. Asante sana, acknowledging it and acknowledging the launch.
It's a great read. I encourage you. And he is a great person. He is a courageous person. He is somebody to emulate. Again, a salute to you, Sam.
Thank you very much. A round of applause again, please, for the leader of the People's Liberation Party. Ole yo! Ole yo! Now, we said, after the keynote, we are going to open up this Freedom Cafe to freedom, okay? It's FNF for freedom, and this is a Freedom Cafe. Now, first of all, I'd like to just acknowledge Martha Karua for all the words that she said, and saying fear is not an option. That wherever you are, whatever you're doing, fear is not an option. And looking back at Sam Mugumya and all those 8 years and what he went through, and just standing up and still being able to be so clear in his mind on what he's all about, fear is not an option. Those are the words. And there are several takeouts and calls to action from Martha. Ni shauri yako. Jiangalie. Kama utasikia wito, ama utakataa wito. Now, I'm going to call a couple of creatives to come up on stage, and let's hear them. The first one, remember what Sam said, that he wishes Oh, if more politicians knew poetry. And oh, if more poets knew politics. Now there are some who are here. There are politicians who know poetry. We've just heard from one. And now we want to welcome Brighton the poet who knows politics. A round of applause, please, for Brighton the poet. And yes, our keynote speaker has said, if you see her standing up, don't worry. She's excusing herself. She has another function to attend to, so she will be standing and she'll be leaving. But we are not to stand. She says, it's okay. I accept, I acknowledge your respect. Please remain seated as I walk. Okay? I am Brighton the poet.
My name is Brighton, the poet, and I'm an urban recording and performing spoken word artist. Yeah, so this is the piece. Once upon a gun, bullets had the best lullaby to put Kenyans who are fighting for their rights into a sleep. All it takes was the police to squeeze the trigger, followed by a big bang. Unfortunately, that big bang was not a theory of creation. It was to destroy creation. Vijana waliandamana lakini polisi walichukua sheria mikononi mwao. Shot fired. It was fired to innocent civilians. Those police should be fired. Government ime waste our time. Let me not waste a minute. Waliuzia wakulima fertilizer fake na wanataka economy grow. Hawajui kulima ndio uti wa mgongo. They can't scratch our back. Instead wanatuonyesha kisogo. Ka serikali ni ya wachache, mbona kilio wananchi inasikika Nyaribari chache? Ka serikali ni ya wachache, mbona kilio wananchi inasikika Nyaribari chache? Security wamejiwekea tight, uwezo wa kosa na bodyguard, na kuna mwananchi anakunywa maji chafu hawezi afford water guard. Wanajiprotect from innocent civilians wenye hawajui kutumia gun, pengine water gun. Hata Jamaicans wanashangaa wanasema water gun. Ofisi zao wameweka billboards zimeandikwa corruption free zone. Ukichunguza vizuri utapata corruption iko free hiyo zone. Wanakusanya taxes, ikifika KRA inasanywa tena, you know what I mean. As a normal citizen, I'm trying to bring something on the table, but kwangu hakuna furniture, kwa chondo kuna stool. So far, not good. Wakifika Ulaya, wanaambia wazungu Kenya hakuna matata. That's a lie. Kenya kuna matata. Vijana wakiandamana wanapigwa marisasi ta. Thank God tuko na kiongozi shupavu Okia Om. Viongozi ni wanyama, walafi kama fisi, mifuko ndo wamejaza mangiri, wanafaa wekewe security na polisi wa KWS. Wananchi wanasumbuliwa na bandits, wakipigia polisi simu haiti, na rais anapeleka polisi haiti. Kenya hakuna security, ni Kimani tu anachungwa. Our vice president anaitwa Abraham Kindiki. Biblically Abraham is father of faith, and faith can move mountain. That's why waliguza mlima. Life is unfair, sina hata fair. Nikitaka kupatana na governor wa Trans Nzoia natembea. Corruption, education is the key. Corruption imefunga doors, but me tendadi Turkana na knock. Baada Tanzania kupata pombe, bado walipata suluhu. But Kenya baada kuwa na Kenyatta, not yet uhuru. Tulidhani baada ya uhuru tutakuwa na greener pasture. Kumbe greener pasture ilikuwa ni miraa. Wakazi wa Kwale wanachana jaba, lakini gavana wao Fatuma achani. Gava iko kadi na sisi pia si majoka. Wakigeuka tumbo lisiloshiba, tuko na dawa ya minyoo. We must catch the worm. Revolution itaanza wakati wanasiasa wataacha kukula mali ya umma with a big spoon. alafu wanataka tuimbie folk songs. Si nimetense. Ishakuwa past tense. Si magavana wafanyi kazi kwa county, walevi tu ndo wana promote pombe ya county after wamesare ile ya senator. Mbona wasifuate footsteps za Mwai au wanasanya tu ikibaki? Wanasiasa ni wanafiki, wanasema wataleta maendeleo chap chap, ati maendeleo chap chap ki Alfred Mutua, na mimi niko njaa na siwezi karanga kijuliani. If you know, you know. Mbona mheshimiwa pande helicopter kulaunch transformer? Is that a development or character development? Walitu promise unga. Baada ya kuunga mkono.
Brighton! Igwe! Good one. So, kapia umepata nini? Motisha, nione kando. Kijana mtanashati. Ako wapi? Kijana mtanashati. Ndio huyo anakuja. Is the next performer. Look at the way he's walking. Hana shati. Aliacha mtaa shati.
Naitwa kijana mtanashati. Handsome boy. So wacha tuongelele the issue of abduction. So after abduction umeulizwa last word yako ni gani? What's your last words? Uko na gun kwa kichwa. Utaambia nini wananchi na utaambia nini abductors wako? Niko na 2 minutes away from hell. Nachungulia kaburi, nachungulia nyuma pia siwezi rudi. Walishasema niko na kiburi, natamani kubari the past. Heaven inajua kuna bridges nimechoma, ndio ni make it on this side of the building. In this side of the building. I promised I will occupy the spaces. Now I'm the solid in state, the subject matter of this state. I have crossed the line, they say. Ndio maana nachorewa vibaya. Paka nageuka chui, hapa kuna swara. Sijaijua rule of the jungle ni nini. Badala kuchoma msitu, I decided to beat around the bush for greener pastures. Kumbe ilikuwa siku yangu ya kuona chamte makuni. Ona sasa na kula ndimu and they don't care kama nahitaji maembe. Is this the price nalipa for demanding the fruits of my labor? I gave my share, beggar to beggar, nikafuata hadi Nyayo. But sijui ni lini. Sijui ni lini mtoto wa juzi mimi. Sijai jua freedom pia iko na bills pia. Kusimama imara daima for your rights is a height problem. Vita kwa kiparangoto kuna peace pia. For that niko mali. Si yuko. Kuna rufo kila mali. Sitaki kwa minini uvundo. Nzi anatawala. Bidii za mchua. Penetration za bone marrow. Kumaliza DNA. Kumbe hapa ni kware. Bidii za mchua. Penetration za bone marrow. Kumaliza DNA. Foreign sick report, foreign languages, local man anataka translator wapi? Si walishaka tulimi hata ukileta translator bado wezi bonga mother tongue. Kuna magazines na kuna any news. Kifo cha wadaku pia si gossip. Paparazi na blog, kwa blog. Hata virus si faster hivi. Am I the news ama the gospel hawezi anka? Pastor nabii asali na tulizo kalewa mzinga. Tumeuza imani kwa wanasiasa. Fake faith to keep this religion real. Father, forgive me. Nilikuanga mtoto misa kichwa ngumu, nilitisha accountability ya sadaka na offerings, nikachujwa kanisani. So peleke ujumbe kwa mamangu. Mwambie vile nilimeza freedom nikapata the stomach to speak about revolution. The day was black and white. Kapenguria 6 to Kapenguria 100s. Kapenguria 6 to Kapenguria 1000s. Kapenguria 6 to Kapenguria millions. Pale CBD. Black and white. Out of the blue, green light kila mahali. Cats and dogs, rats and tear gas. Mguu na njia, wagala na haki. Freedom, move forward. Freedom, move forward. Niko na 2 minutes away from hell. Nachungulia kaburi, nachungulia nyuma pia siwezi rudi. Washasema niko na kiburi, natamani kubari the past. Heaven inajua kuna bridges nimechoma, ndio ni make it on this side of the building, in this side of the building. Mteja mimi walinipata sasa. Sipatikani na sitawahi patikana. Kesho ni leo. Nachukia jana. Wish I had a written will but sikwineshtisha ideology. Life inomba zaidi apology. Kukaribisha death kwangu bila appointments. Staki angels wanikaribishe binguni. Hao ndio sababu naongoza na mademons hapa duniani. Marafiki, manafiki, rats wasaliti, nothing personal, ni biashara tu fiti. Kikulacho kinguoni mwako wenye walichagua kutembea uchi, walijipata na Judas katikati yao. I trusted a brother. I trusted a comrade. So forget kifo kisimani. Hapa ni deep end. Kuna big fish. Nilipeleka petition back kwa mena. Waka flash down the river. Kumbe small judgment haiwezi affect deep state. System iko na glitches. Glitches. Ulimiza kusema kweli kuna stitches. So my words for the ears to receive. My words for the ears to receive. My stand for the movement. Here I give. Yule punda amechoka, amka. Acha kwa voiceless, tamka. Mbele kuna freedom, buruka. Sauti unapewa, kuwa speaker. Kichwa thermos, weka pressure, acha kwa birika. Si masikio tu, koti lazima hearing. Sick nation, Bible car tipa. Hakuna backup, sisi Gen Z ndio hakiba. Panda ngazi juu kuna high seat, acha kushuka, we si wa salon. Umezaliwa na wapishi, umelelewa na wapishi, uko katikati ya wapishi, we ni mpishi. Mbono kuemili kwa tebo wakati watu wanadishi. Niko na 2 minutes away from hell. Nachungulia kaburi, nachungulia nyuma, pia siwezi rudi. Walishasema niko na kiburi. Walishasema sisi Gen Z tuko na viburi. So forget kifo kisimani. Hapa ni deep end. Stories zetu zita rise forever. Freedom forever.
Ooh. Well in. There is creativity. Some, as you can see, we have poets who are politicians and politicians who are poets, but we need more, and that's the word. So here is open floor for a couple of minutes, about 5-10 minutes. Anybody with a comment on the book, on what we heard from Sam? I'm going to start, of course, with freedom fighter Jerry. You have to speak. Freedom fighter Jerry.
I didn't expect to speak, but they say, ikiwa wewe ni kiongozi, just expect it. So, okay, let me just face the people. What is happening in Uganda, and what is happening in Kenya, and what is happening in East Africa is something that we should all be very, 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 very worried about. When we start disrespecting foreign and regional laws, when we start returning refugees, when we start arresting refugees, it means it will get to you and me. Just to say, the reason why I became a freedom fighter, is that the term? Is because I love freedom. One day, I saw a 22-year-old boy, because then we were boys and girls, called Onyango Olo, arrested at the age of 22 and jailed for 6 years for writing an article, a university. He was just writing an essay, a class essay. He was to submit it. Then the coup happened and people were jailed, etc. People were sent home and he was arrested. At that moment, when the 22-year-old Onyango Olo was arrested, I realized, my God, this guy is about my age. So anytime they could be coming for me. I hadn't done anything. I was working in an insurance company. I hadn't even thought anything like human rights. I didn't even know the terminology. But I realized if they can come for a 22-year-old, they will come for me. So a freedom fighter was born. Because another young man who was my age, his freedom was taken away. So have you been born as a freedom fighter? Has anything touched you? Has anything touched you? You can see the other day somebody wrote something and said 2/3 of my life I have been fighting for human rights. That's a long time. That's a long time. Even I was trying to calculate the years and I thought they better not ask how many years those are. But once you get into this struggle, you can't walk out. You can't be 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Look at what happened to Sam. In fact, if Sam was here, I would ask him, why DRC? Why would you go to DRC to seek refuge? Kenya is not the best, but DRC is worse than Kenya. So why would you go to DRC? Because just looking at the countries in the neighborhood, that is, of course, 8 years ago, it was even worse than it is today. So again, maybe it's Panya routes, eh? You know, you find the shortest Panya route, because that's what used to happen for Kenyans who are running away. Tanzania had the easiest Panya route. If you went to Uganda, you would be returned. Eh? So Tanzania was the easiest Panya route. You could hide there. You could find other comrades there. But the story of Sam is very, very scary. And it should scare all of us. And the story of Besigye, it should scare us that a person can be lifted from Kenya and sent back straight to jail, or lifted from another country and sent back. What is happening in the region, as Martha has said, is something we should be very, very scared of. I was saying, I can no longer run as fast as I used to run. I am not sure my lungs can handle the tear gas, the new tear gas that is there. But you who can run and who can handle that tear gas, please run for us and handle that tear gas for us, because it's the only way to save this nation and to save this region. Thank you. I think I've overspoken. Sorry.
Oh, no. Very, very apt words. A freedom fighter speaks. One more hand. Okay, 2. Yeah. Kuja. Uzungumze ukiwa hapa mbele ya watu. And yeah, Sam, you're going to answer that question, by the way, before we end up. Why Uganda? Or why from Uganda to DRC? Jerry, I'll ask you, how many Kenyans went through Obote and that means Uganda, fleeing Kenya? Okay.
Thank you, Latif. And thank you, the organizers. I think we have all been inspired by some story of resilience. And one of the things that has stuck in my mind is we're all in this struggle, whether it's Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, the whole Jumuiya, we are struggling with these issues. And we cannot only rely on our countries' justice systems to help us when we're in these kinds of challenges. There's something that we can do. We can unify our Jumuiya so that we can have different levels of authority. So that when you go to a Kenyan court and it has been bought off by our politicians, You can go to Arusha and find justice there. But if we don't unite our Ijumuya, we'll only be relying on our countries which have poor governance, and we will always find that the solution is out of our reach. So there's a federation that was proposed. That dream was killed, but we need to revive that dream and work very hard to ensure that in a few years, we'll have a unified Jumuiya. My name is Kennedy Karanja. I'm a student at Strathmore, and I'm also a freedom fighter, Gen Z.
So Jerry, there is a guy who has the lungs and the legs. He's gonna run for us. I have a hard stop of 5:30. What time is it now? Okay. Sam, we can see you and we can hear you, and you've heard the question, I'm sure, from Jerry. Sam, so after all the words, the one question is how you made the decision, despite everything that was happening in your country, to try and flee through the DRC. But also in all those years as you were in there, as you were going through what you told us, it was the depths of hell. What kept you so strong up to now that you speak to us with such clarity of mind and such strength? Over to you, Sam. So, after all the words, the one question is how you made the decision, despite everything that was happening here, try and flee through the DRC. But also in all those years as you were in there, as you were going through what you told us, it was the depth of hell. What kept you so strong up to now, with such clarity of mind and such strength? Over to you.
I must say that first and foremost, it was by God's grace that I made it to the end. Because, like I said, it was really not easy. But maybe I should first answer the question of all places, why the DRC? Like I pointed out, I was an activist, you know, having my run-ins with the security. And maybe what I had not told you is that I was the political assistant to Dr. Besigye. And it's in those, you know, encounters that I had all these. So before I ran away, I told you that I was, you know, accused of robbery. And 3 months after defeating the despot in his own courts, I got information that I was supposed to be arrested, and that this time it was going to be serious. That they were hell-bent on making sure that I don't see the light of day again. So the nearest border that I could run to was the DRC. Yes, it was quite a volatile environment there that time. But, you know, if you see a rat come running, pauses, looks back, and jumps into the fire, you know that whatever was chasing it was really serious. So that was, yes. So I thought that I was in this situation of anywhere else is better than here. So I had to, you know, take the plunge, take the risk. And as fate would have it, that's what happened. But a few things kept me going. First and foremost, it was the knowledge that I am fighting for a just cause. And that kept me grounded. Two, it was, the messages of support. Because like I told you, we always had ways of, getting in touch with the loved ones, with comrades. And they also allowed us to have small radios. So we were always following what was going on outside. And that support really was a key pillar in helping me to keep my sanity and to keep focused. I was receiving messages, even from people that I didn't know, the Congolese themselves, because they got to know my story. So these strangers became my support system. And, but at the end of the day, with God's grace, I managed to make it out. And I learned quite a number of things. That one, like Senior Counsel Martha Karua pointed out, fear was not an option. And two, I was already down. And we have a saying that he who is already down does not fear to fall. So I only could start, once I was down, since I was already on the ground, the only thing I could do was to think of how to get up, because I couldn't fall again. I was already down. So, and it is that helped me to walk through this very dark tunnel. Because I think it's Ngugi wa Thiong'o that said that however long a night may be, it will always end with dawn. And I knew that at the end of the day, dawn would come. And this is a message that I would love to give to all those that are in the struggle for democracy, for justice, for human rights, that yes, the going will get tough, but at the end of the day, injustice can never prevail over justice. The journey will be long. Not everybody will make it to the finish line, but we just have to stay the course. And through, writing our experiences, then others will also get motivated, they will get encouraged, because sometimes you think that you have seen the worst, while actually there are those that have seen the worst. I also don't consider myself to be among those that have seen the worst. Yes, 8 years was quite a long time, but let us not forget that very many people have lost their lives. They cannot tell their stories. There are those that have lost limbs. The people that used to wake up, go out and, fend for themselves, work. Today they are condemned to wheelchairs. So yes, I lost 8 years of my productive, life, but at least I can still go out and, walk and live. I still have life and I still have my limbs. So when I see those who are in wheelchairs, when I see the limbless, I also salute them. Because the Congolese have a saying that nzote zaragana pied de charge te, that the body has no spare part. So, but you find that someone who has lost a limb is still fighting. They still have hope. So why should I lose hope when somebody that has, lost part of his body still hopeful? And that should encourage us. And I think that that's what has kept us going. And writing poetry. Someone told me that if poetry does not prick the balls of power, then it has not served its purpose. So we write, we'll continue writing, we'll continue doing poetry, we'll continue pricking their balls until they know the situation in which we are. And the beauty of poetry is that you can't fake it because it comes from the heart.
Yep.
Yeah, we also say that it is easier to fake an orgasm than to fake a poem.
Whoa.
So, yeah, so we'll continue doing poetry, speaking the truth, breaking the bonds of power, so that at last we can have power that listens to people. Because when power listens to people, then we will have, the kind of society that we all wish and aspire to live in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you very much. You heard that Rwandese proverb, eh? Zote, tem, right? Wakili Ogada, you know French. Was there French in that? It was just all Kinyarwanda. Yeah? It's all Kinyarwanda. Now we're going to get our vote of thanks. And I'm going to call Senzao Musao, Senior Program Manager here, to come and speak English. I hope you have a proverb. Zote te.
Hi, everyone. Mko salama? In the spirit of Gen Zs, it's a day. Frida, please.
Thank you, Zhao. They say something about having white hair means that they're wise. You're a wise one for, for delegating this. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow art lovers, good afternoon. Is it afternoon, actually? Good evening. Good evening. So it is my utmost gratitude that I get to give this vote of thanks to you people. I thank you all for coming here to celebrate with us and to see the power of art and in changing the society. I mean, when we've listened to some of the pieces that have been read for Sam's book, and also when we look at the performances that we've had, let me ask you, did you feel something inside of you? Did it make you feel like you wanted to change something? Did it? I love it. So we see that truly art is powerful. And given that, Sam, I'd like to thank you. Hi, Sam. Thank you so much for your tireless work. Even after 6 years of your manuscript being thrown away, you still came back and you have written it. And now you see the number of people you are speaking to about the power of art. I appreciate the fact that you said words make life livable, especially in the tomb. Thank you so much for your book. And it is actually a powerful tool that we can use for pushing democracy and freedom. So Raymond, Ofula, the renowned actor, we've seen you in several shows, especially The System, Blockbuster. I've just heard you did the Kenya Power one. I didn't know that. Yeah, so thank you for that, and thank you for continuously using your talent to be able to inform and educate. Thank you. Round of applause. Hiya, the Field Marshals Band. I was hoping to hear, may we remember and remember not to forget. You'll hear it? Okay, fantastic. So may we all remember and remember not to forget the power of art in changing the society. Yes, thank you so much for entertaining us and enlightening us. Then we have Spontaneous. Is she here? One question I'd ask is she spontaneous? Hi. Are you spontaneous? Okay, you're spontaneous only on stage. Okay. All right, thank you so much for your performance. It was very touching. And there's something you had said about freedom lives when fear dies. So may we continue to remember that. And then we have our keynote speaker in absentia, Honorable Martha Karua. Thank you for echoing that we need to not have our expressions limited, and for anyone who can, let's just put our pen to paper and just write whatever we can and produce it and do so. All right, so for poets, the ones who were spontaneous enough, we have Brighton and Kijana Mtanashati. Where are they? Okay, thank you so much for your work. Then Eric Latif, I called you the fixer, and I was told we're the ones to be fixed. Thank you so much for moderating this, for being our MC for today. And Judy Kaberia, thank you so much for steering. At least you've made someone's dream come true. If you know, you know. Then live stream by Moses and team. Thank you so much. We've done a lot today. If you were here earlier, you wouldn't believe the day would come to an end. Social media moderator, thank you, Faith. Thank you, the media team that is present. Thank you, catering by Senje. They prepared good meals for us. And last but not least, thank you to all of you. Can we give ourselves a round of applause? Yes, you've been a wonderful crowd to have. And thank you so much to the FNF team, all of you, and Paul included. Yes, thank you so much. We have really put in the effort. And with those remarks, I would like to pass the mic to Judy.
I don't need to repeat anything, but it was a lot of teamwork, a lot of doubts, a lot of not believing this thing will go up, a lot of not believing that we'll get some online, but everything finally was successful. Thank you that we create time to be here. So now, here at FNF, we have a culture of networking. We really want to get to know each other, what we do, because we have to continue believing in the dreams, the pillars that Akinanjeri Kabeberi started way before for us as women political prisoners. Like, it's a long way. So please, let us interact, let us share ideas. We have some food, we have some drinks. So feel welcome, and from there, you're free to go. And Field Marshals, I know they'll continue with the band to entertain us, but we'll keep the food and the drinks for you. Thank you.
You see, Gen Z, when the Gen Z, nowadays you know about Gen Z. If they say they want remember to remember, then you have to remember to remember. So this one is dedicated to you. Yes, sir. Let us remember to remember. May we remember not to forget. Let us remember to remember. Remember those dismembered. Let us remember to remember. Remember not to forget. Let us remember the great Mekatilili Wamenza, queen from Giriamaland. She who was stolen by the colonial terrorists and taken all the way to Gusii land. Mekatilili Wamenza, she broke out of prison and walked back more than 1,000 kilometers back to Giriamaland to continue with the liberation of our people. Let us remember not to forget. 1922, Modoni Nyanjiro, outside the Central Police Station. Modoni Nyanjiro, she who said, if you men are afraid to fight for the political prisoners, then mutoe hizo trouser zenu mutupatie sisi women ili tuendelee with the struggle. May we remember what happened. The colonial settlers shot her in the heart, spilling her blood to the ground, germinating the seed of the Kenya Land and Freedom Army, the Mau Mau. Let us remember. May we remember to remember. Let us remember to remember Koitalel Arab Samoei, king from the Nandi Hills, him who resisted the invasion of the Munafiki settler, and they beheaded him. May we remember not to forget Koitalel Arab Samoei. Let us remember to remember Wayakiwa Hinga, king from Nairobi, him who the settlers took all the way to Kibwezi. And you know what? They buried him alive. Jerry Wetu, they buried him alive. May we remember to remember, not to forget, Pio Gama Pinto, the first member of parliament in independent Kenya to be assassinated in 1965. We remember not to forget. Let us remember to remember George Morara, assassinated. Remember not to forget. Let us remember to remember J.M. Karaoke. Remember not to forget. Let us remember the sacrifice of Chelagat Mutai. Remember not to forget. Jean-Marie Serone. Remember not to forget. May we remember this. Freedom fighters who have fought for our freedom. Remember not to forget. Remember the June 25 revolution. Remember not to forget. May we remember Rex Masai. Remember not to forget. Let us remember Brother Lemayan. Remember not to forget. Remember Sister Shiramba, downed on the 26th of June. Remember not to forget. Remember. Remember not to forget.
Remember to remember. Kumbuka kukumbuka,
Remember not to forget.
Remember to remember, not to forget.
Remember not to forget.
Remember to remember. Kumbuka kukumbuka.
Remember to remember.
Remember to remember.
Yes.
Not to forget.
Remember not to forget. Remember to remember. Remember not to forget. 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 Remember the struggles of the people of Uganda. We must remember not to forget. Remember the struggles of Kiza Besige. Remember not to forget. Remember Stella Nyanzi, my comrade. Remember not to forget. Remember Kiza Besige, Bobby Wine. Remember not to forget. Remember General Mugisha. Remember not to forget. Remember to remember. Remember not to forget. come make we talk, make we talk, come make we talk.
Come make we talk.
Make we talk, make we talk, come make we talk.
Come make we talk.
Make we talk, make we talk, make we talk.
Come make we talk.
Make we talk, go for killing, a killing that they never mention. Killing them, I do it in detention. Killing them, I do it with intention. In a freedom that they never fought for. Come make we talk.
Come make we talk.
Make we talk, make we talk, come make we talk.
Come make we talk.
Make we talk, make we talk, come make we talk.
Come make we talk.
Make we talk of a killing, killing that they never mention. Killing them, I do it in detention. Killing them, I do it with intention. Killing them, I do it in Dolo prison. In a freedom that they never fought for. Make we talk. Them a kill Karemi, them a kill Kimati. Make a deal is a fuss, so make we talk.
Come make we talk.
Them a kill Kimati, them a kill Karemi. Make a deal is a fuss, so make we talk.
Come make we talk.
Make we talk.
Make we talk.
Make we talk, make we talk, and make we talk.
Come make we talk.
Make we talk, make we talk, and make we talk.
Come make we talk.
Make we talk of a killing, killing that they never mention. Killing them, I do it in detention. Killing them, I do it with intention. In this freedom that they never fought for. Come make we talk. Them I kill. Come make we talk.
Come make we talk.
Make we talk. Come make we talk, make we talk, come make we talk.
Come make we talk.
Make we talk, make we talk, come make we talk.
Come make we talk.
Make we talk of a killing, killings that they never mention. Killings them I do it in detention. Killing them I do it with intention. In a freedom that they never fought for. Come make we talk. Them a kill Pinto, them a kill a generation, them kill baby Pendo, make we talk.
Come make we talk.
Them a kill Pinto, them a kill a generation, them kill baby Pendo, make we talk, talk, talk. Make we talk. Make we talk, make we talk, come make we talk. Come make we talk, make we talk, come make we talk. Make we talk of for killing, the killings that they never mention. Killing, them I do it in detention. Killings, them I do it with intention. In a freedom that they never fought for. Come make we talk. Them a kill Rex Masai, them a kill Shiramba, them a kill Lemayan, come make we talk. Them a kill Rex Masai, them a kill Lemayan, them a kill Sister Shiramba, make we talk. Come make we talk. Make we talk. Come make we talk, make we talk, come make we talk. Make we talk, make we talk, make we talk. Make we talk. I can't let that never mention. That's where we say, Hole yo. I've also been instructed by another Gen Z, so I have to do this. Yeah, you're being invited to the Global Democracy Forum on the 28th of March at Daystar University, where they are going to launch the report of Africa Youth Quake, yani wananguruma. And yeah, so you're invited to be there to discuss all these matters under the banner of the Youth Café. So 28th of March, Daystar University. Tukona mazungumzo huko. There'll be lots of music, and lots of poetry. Yeah, from here we want to go all over Africa in solidarity with Sam Mugumya and the people of Uganda and the people of Africa, because the problem of political prisoners and political exiles in Uganda is a problem of Kenya. It is a problem of Uganda, the problem of Tanzania, the problem of Angola. So we are looking at these in a Pan-African microscope. Tutaenda na kusonga kwa siasa nzuri. Kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Afrika na wananchi wote. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Afrika na wananchi wote. Tungoma toingie kwa siasa nzuri, kwa siasa nzuri. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Afrika na wananchi wote. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Afrika na wananchi wote. Pale Sugoi tuingie kwa siasa nzuri, kwa siasa nzuri. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Afrika na wananchi wote. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Afrika na wananchi wote. Ule Kitale tuchukue kwa siasa nzuri, kwa siasa nzuri. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Afrika na wananchi wote. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Afrika na wananchi wote. Hata Nairobi tuingie kwa siasa nzuri, kwa siasa nzuri. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Afrika na wananchi wote. Twende, tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Afrika na wananchi wote. Hata Ikulu tuingie kwa siasa nzuri, kwa siasa nzuri. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Afrika na wananchi wote. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Afrika na wananchi wote. Pale Garissa tuchukue kwa siasa nzuri, kwa siasa nzuri. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Afrika na wananchi wote. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Afrika na wananchi wote. Mombasa tuchukue kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Afrika na wananchi wote. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Afrika na wananchi wote. Kule Uganda tuingie kwa siasa nzuri, kwa siasa nzuri. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Afrika na wananchi wote. Twende, tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Afrika na wananchi wote. Hata Gatuna tuingie kwa siasa nzuri, kwa siasa nzuri. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Afrika na wananchi wote. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Afrika na wananchi wote. Hata Jinja tuchukue kwa siasa nzuri, baby, kwa siasa nzuri. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Afrika na wananchi wote. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Afrika na wananchi wote. Kabaragala tuchukue kwa siasa nzuri, Wandegea kwa siasa nzuri. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Afrika na wananchi wote. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Afrika na wananchi wote. Kule Kampala tuchukue kwa siasa nzuri, kwa siasa nzuri. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Afrika na wananchi wote. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe Afrika na wananchi wote. Hata Afrika tuchukue kwa siasa nzuri, kwa siasa nzuri. Mumeshiba ama tuende home? Kwa hivyo tuendelee kidogo. Kuna mtu KCW 744H. KCW 744H. It's a Nissan. Tafadhali.
Gari imeshika moto, gari imeshika moto. Kimbia. The car is on fire.
KCW 744H. Hiyo gari yako chunga isiwe abducted. Kimbia.
Check.
Oh yeah. So Mzalendo is a song that I can only say reminds me of Mzalendo Wanjiru Kihoro, because she's the one who taught us this chorus, and we've been building on it for all these years. So it helps a lot for us to remember, not to forget Wanjiru Kihoro, comrade, who is our comrade forever. May your soul continue resting in power. Jitole mhanga, angalia Afrika yateketea. Zalendo, jitole mhanga, angalia Afrika yateketea. Zalendo, rejea nyumbani, angalia Afrika yateketea. Zalendo, rejea nyumbani, angalia Afrika yateketea. jitole mhanga, angalia Afrika yateketea. Mzalendo, jitole mhanga, angalia Afrika yateketea. Mzalendo, rejea nyumbani, angalia Afrika yateketea. Mzalendo, rejea nyumbani, angalia Afrika yateketea. Baba kazi hana, mama chungulia kwa uchungu mtoto njaa. Oh kijana, karo imekosa. Baba kazi hana, mama chungulia kwa uchungu mtoto njaa. Oh kijana, karo imekosa. Mzalendo, jitole mhanga, angalia Afrika yateketea. Mzalendo, jitole mhanga, angalia Afrika yateketea. Mzalendo, rejea nyumbani, angalia Afrika yateketea. Mzalendo, rejea nyumbani, angalia Afrika yateketea. Uganda wa mafukara, mbele nyuma hawana, ni mateso. Wananchi Uganda wa mafukara, mbele nyuma hawana, ni mateso. Yelele yelele. Mzalendo, jitole mhanga, angalia Uganda yateketea. Mzalendo, jitole mhanga, angalia Uganda yateketea. Mzalendo, rejea nyumbani, angalia Afrika yateketea. Mzalendo, rejea nyumbani, angalia Afrika yateketea. With motionless lip you speak, no twitch or jaw movement. As empty look of cast, your voice colorless and flat, your inaudible answers confuse me. Oh, how my heart despairs, trying to decipher your thoughts. Was that of yes or no? Yes, I have guessed right, because yes is my wish. Because yes is my wish. Because yes is my wish. Mzalendo, jitole mhanga, angalia Afrika yateketea. Mzalendo, jitole mhanga, angalia Afrika yateketea. Mzalendo, rejea Angalia Africa, yatekete muzalendo, rejea nyumbani. Angalia Africa, yatekete.
Nikasikia ngoa.
Zalendo, jizole mhanga, angalia Africa, yateketea. Olaya. This one is dedicated to Ruth Mumbi, who helped in writing it. Comrade Mumbi, little comrade, here you are, far away from home. If we love you, we will miss you, for the things you've done for us. Comrade Jerry, loving comrade, here you are, far away from home. Yes, we love you, and we miss you, for the lives you've done for us. Comrade Timothy, loving comrade, here you are, far away from home. Yes, we love you, and we'll miss you, for the things you've done for us. Mekati Lily, loving comrade, here you are, far away from home. Yes, we love you, Gen Z, loving comrades. Here you are, far away from home. Yes, we love you, mwah, 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 and we need you. For the things that you've done for us. Rex Masai, loving comrades. Here you are, far away from home. Yes, we love you, and we need you. For the things that you've done for us. Sam Mugumya, loving comrade. Here you are, far away from home. Yes, we love you, and we need you. For the ways you've done for us. David. Field Marshal Devotiano, ladies and gentlemen. Brother Ethiopia, loving comrades. Here you are, far away from home. Yes, we love you, and we need you. For the things you've done for us. People of Congo, loving comrades. Here you are, far away from home. Yes, we love you, and we need you. For the things you've done for us. In Sudan, loving comrade. Here you are, far away from home. Yes, we love you, and we need you. For the things you've done for us. In Rwanda, loving comrades. You are far away from home. Yes, we love you, Lenga, and we need you. Yes, I love the things you've done for us. Africa, loving comrades. Here you are, far away from home. Yes, we love you, and we need you, Africa. For the things you've done for us. Seven.
Kibamba sana wapi nduru.
Are you ready to go home? Are you ready to go home? Okay, that's our last number for tonight. Thank you very much. We love you because you are we and we are you. Ubuntu forever, Pan-Africanism forever. Yes.
bad marks.